Give thanks every time. Alright, okay. Income's the thing for today. Bring your massive value, as I would say, in an agentic management type of way. Vibe coding, agentic orchestration, agentic management, agentization of everything. So welcome to the station. Bringing out good vibrations to the nation. Of anybody who's trying to build, anybody who's trying to create, offer value. Money comes afterwards. It's all about abundance. Just know with AI we run this, not the other way around. AI can't take me for a clown. Even though sometimes it tries. I just stay the manager of AIs. So it's no surprise if you see me telling AI what to do and not the other way around. So, getting back to what I'm doing, building out agents, managing agents, learning to be a master of agent management, agent building. That's about it right about now. That is the step that I'm focused on. So, welcome in. It's time to win. Alright, new day, doing a new stream. And I'm wondering where I'm at with the agents right now. So basically it sounds like I launched version 2. Yesterday I spent a lot of time doing all the off-stream stuff. You know, setting up accounts, doing keys, stuff like that. So essentially, I mean, it sounds like the first fleet of agents for the system is up. And they should be running. And I know I can't check it all on the first day because they don't all run on the first day. But first I want you to make sure that the dev server is started. I can then pull up the dashboard. And first thing I want to do is work with the dashboard to just basically like see how it's set up, make sure that, you know, I understand it all correctly and that it's set up how I think would work best for my workflow. And we can go from there. I have not tried Opus 5 yet. But either way, welcome to the chat. I think I could even, let me see if I can even access it. If I heard it came out today, so just open up a new terminal. From what okay, I'm on Fable. Then we got Opus 5, recommended default. So, I mean, I feel like if I got Fable, that's gonna be better than Opus 5. Let me ask real quick. So from what I understand, Opus 5 came out today. I looked and I do have access to it. So what I'm wondering is like, is there any instances where Opus 5 is better than Fable? Because if I am not even close to running out of my Fable credits, shouldn't I just use Fable for everything? I mean, I guess it'll probably take a little bit longer, but it'll probably have better quality output. Help me understand this and give me a rundown of like the main features and updates, upgrades with Opus 5. Opus 5 outperforms Fable 5 on several core everyday tasks, and also much faster. Man. Multi-step research, legal, financial, and corporate workflows, end-to-end. Opus 5 scores significantly higher than Fable. Opus 5 significantly stronger at rendering 3D visualizations, interactive app UI, complex web graphics, clean data tables on the first try. Alright, so this sounds like the majority of the stuff I'm actually doing. Opus 5 is better than Fable 5 and quicker. Deep, long horizon runs for Fable 5. Where Fable 5 still wins is raw encyclopedic knowledge. What does that mean? I mean just like random facts, obscure factual retrieval. Like, well, how is that? Because of its larger size class, Fable 5 has a lower hallucination rate. That's what they should have just said. When forced to recall niche historical, scientific, or legal facts from memory without internet context. Okay, so I got that all wrong. I figured why use Fable 5 or why use Opus 5 when I got Fable 5, but definitely looking at the majority things I'm doing, Opus 5 should be better and quicker. That's awesome. So looking back at the chat, what I'm doing is essentially setting up AI agents and learning how to manage AI agents, creating AI agents right now for the marketing system for Stackivate, the first business that I've created for this challenge. Saying rumor has it that Opus 5 beats Fable with half the cost and half the tokens. That is about exactly what I'm reading right now, and it's at most tasks. Not just a few, but pretty much everything I do. Welcome, C Films. Welcome. I'm doing great. Hopefully you're doing great too. And it looks like that's true. So, welcome back to you. Respect every time. Just reading about Opus 5. Looks like it's time to switch. Upgrade from Fable already. Opus 5 is pretty much better at like the majority of stuff I'm going to be using it for, especially with these agents. Am I a marketing guy or a coding guy? Well, I'm starting to become a coding guy, but my background has been mainly business and marketing for like the past like 15 years about. So my marketing background is much more extensive than coding, but I'm learning coding quick. That's definitely why I'm starting with agents for marketing, because I understand it so well. And it's easier for me to understand like if the agents are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Where if I started building coding agents, I think it would, like I will at some point. I already see that on the horizon, but that's going to be a lot more research to make sure I'm learning what I'm doing as I go. And I think it'll be much more difficult for me to spot if an agent's doing something wrong on the coding side versus on the marketing side. And, you know, I'm building my own custom agents. I'm not using any platform, and I'm making them so they can use any model, so they're not reliant on any, I'm not locked into any provider. And the agents get smarter over time. Which would mean better quality output and less manual checking for me. And that's what I want to see. The more agents I build, the more I can get done. Even though the first part of learning it and building it was not that fun, I'm really like, that's where I'm seeing is pretty much like having the most value right now, is understanding how to build and manage agents, like as many as possible. So that's what I am doubling down on right now. One system at a time. Alright, so let's try Opus 5 then. Because should be quicker and better for what I'm doing. After this process is done. Alright, so just looking at a basic marketing workflow, do you think there's any areas for marketing that you see Fable 5 being better than Opus 5? Deep research, mass data processing, long-form consistency, autonomous campaign planning. Fable 5 is worth burning the extra credits on. See, I should have just phrased that differently from the start. So I get what they're saying. So no, it's not like, it's not as much as I thought that Fable, or that Opus 5 is better. When it comes to marketing, there's still a lot of stuff that I think Fable 5 I need to be using. But this is really good to know with like managing agents, because you want to have the right model for the right agent. Where Opus 5 can get lazy or lose context across massive files, Fable 5 excels at cross-referencing claims and surfacing exact customer quotes without hallucinating. So when it's like brand voice, a lot of this database stuff with these agents, you know, synthesizing all the data that the agents get over time to understand how to make things better. That's what it's all about in marketing. Having more data points, being able to lock in and run tests and improve one data point at a time, get better at one area at a time. But now it's way easier to focus on multiple areas at a time, because I can just have, well, I haven't got that far yet. I gotta figure that out as I go. I've got the foundation down. I got like the team of agents built doing like their tasks, putting everything in the database the right way, but now it's all about like adding levels. Alright, so basically dealing with data, that's going to be Fable 5. Writing an ebook, Fable 5. Why Fable 5 wins. Tone drift. Looks like landing pages, Fable 5 is better. So it looks like when it comes to marketing, like that's the main thing. When I was first asking too general, like how is Fable 5 different from Opus 5, that made sense. But when I made it like more specific, like what about in terms of marketing, Fable 5 is actually still better at a lot of things. I think the main thing is just building the agent, trying out which model I think would work best, running on that model for a while. Getting some data. And just trying different things. Looking back at the chat, I have not used Google Ads. It's part of something I want to do in the future. I've only done paid ads with Amazon and just basic stuff with Meta, just looking into it. But essentially the agents I'm using right now are for organic marketing, social media marketing. And that's kind of like my testing ground for paid ads. So I'll get data from the social media marketing in regards to how I will do paid ads instead of just kind of like having ideas and trying them out on paid ads. I'll already have like validated ideas on social. Alright, so it looks like really I should be mostly using Fable 5 for a lot of this stuff. Okay, so I'm seeing this better now, and what I'm doing right now is like building out agents, customized agents for a marketing workflow. And it seems like from seeing this, like using Fable 5 to essentially do most of these tasks seems to be the best thing to do. So like once I get the agents created, then I can essentially put the correct agents with Fable 5 and the correct agents with Opus 5 and even lower models for easier things. So let me know if there's any one specific task you can think of that I could try out Opus 5 that would be better than Fable 5, that you think would be worth like doing a test real quick with Opus 5, knowing that I've been building out these agents pretty much solely with Fable 5. And I think right now they're using, well, some of the agents are using Opus and some of the agents are using Sonnet. And I'm in the process of like assigning them different providers based on knowing the best model for each agent. So that's like a big thing I'm trying to understand right now, is what's the best model for each agent. So first, I guess, let me understand what you think would be a good test for Opus 5, and then we can go from there with like where I'm trying to get with this, the bigger picture. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. So I think what I'm going to do is keep one terminal with Fable 5 and one terminal with Opus for today. It's a good idea. Alright. See if I can switch to Opus on here. Still be on Fable on the other one. I'm just trying out Opus 5 for the first time. From what I understand, it's really good with HTML. So basically, I want to test out like what is good with an HTML artifact. And looking at like this agent system as it is right now, give me an artifact that is as interactive as possible, using like Opus 5 to its best capabilities so I can see the difference from previous models, and just make this artifact first showing like all the different agents with the tasks they're doing, and then showing like the workflow, I guess, and anything else you can think to add to it about like where it's at right now and what the next steps are. Anything at all you can think to add that you notice that would make this a really good HTML artifact. Welcome back, Javi D. Respect every time. Denzel Washington voice. I never heard that one before, but hey, that's cool. What is up, bro? Back to you. I'm doing all right myself. Mountain biking today. Good day here for that. And just did some research on the new Opus 5, comparing it to where I should use it instead of Fable 5, and just trying out my first test with Opus 5 right now in this terminal. And got another terminal open with Fable 5. Ooh. Sea Films did a walk today, no doubt. Hopefully you had a good walk. Nature, always give thanks. Nature's always providing the energy and the inspiration, so gotta get those walks in. Javi's always pushing it to the last 5% for the end of the week. But hey, if you, I don't know like what kind of stuff you still got to get done before you hit 100%. But from what I'm seeing, Opus should be like half the cost of Fable 5. So maybe you can try out a few like simple tasks, and shouldn't take up too many tokens. So let's see. Oh, also, yesterday I was doing all this off-stream stuff for setting up these agents. Like a lot of password stuff and like API, stuff like that. And I was using Claude's browser control for the first time. It wasn't perfect, and it was like slower than I would have done it if I knew what I was doing. But at the end of the day, it got the job done, and it was quicker than having me do it. And I didn't have, like, that's to me is the most frustrating thing, is like navigating through new websites and like understanding how everything works and like setting up like new accounts and stuff. And I just sat back and I like had the browser in the corner watching Claude just like move the mouse cursor around and click on things and like set up like stuff on my browser while I was like working in Opus, or I mean Fable 5 on the terminal, like doing other stuff. So like this is just taking things to a whole nother level. And I mean that's just showing me too, like agents should be able to do browser control like that. And the amount of like I can't wait till I can just have my like backed up like to-do list that's like 100 things that are just like always adding up, and just hand it to an agent and be like, go do all this stuff, and just like watch it get it done over the course of like a day. I feel like that day is getting closer and closer. Maybe it's already here and I just don't know how to orchestrate it right yet, but I'm getting there. Looking back at the chat. they release new models, they should reset everyone. I agree. And also, there was something about like we get 50% more usage, I think they were saying, like as of last week. And I don't even know if I noticed it. I haven't really been watching my usage recently. And thanks for the compliment on the beard, no doubt. Definitely going with the beard for a little bit, at least. And did I see ChatGPT voice? I don't think I saw that one. Now it's Whisper Flow, but Jarvis level now. When you have a chance, take a look at one of those videos. Definitely ChatGPT voice. I'm taking note of that right now. Research ChatGPT voice and how it's like Whisper Flow, but Jarvis level. Alright, this is making way more sense now. Which agent for which job? Okay, so this should be the Opus 5 window. And this one, Fable 5. Looking tired today. Thank you. Definitely had a long day so far. Rode pretty hard today, so alright, let's check out this HTML now. Still doing it. I feel like if this was twice as fast as Fable 5, it would have been done already. So just have to keep waiting on Opus 5. Asking where is the music at? It's playing right now. Maybe like that last song was just like lower. I know some songs it's like you can hear some songs better than other, but it showed me. Let me know if you can't hear it still, because it showed me that it's playing and I can hear it. What am I working on today? These agents. Pretty much got the first agent fleet up for the first workflow and working, and now just trying to understand it better, working with it, make it better, get it all down so it's like muscle memory, so it's like I don't have to, like, I just know how it works, don't have to think about it, and just keep building more agents, keep getting better and better. More agents I feel I can manage, the better. And I'm already seeing, like, there's so many things I want to do, like, even more than before. Like, AI is supposed to make it less work, but it's actually more, because then you realize you can get so much more done. So it's like, I'm just trying to, like, be at, like, top tier capacity. How much stuff can I ship a week? How much can I get done that's still quality? And still having myself as human in the loop and having these agents, and that's basically what I'm working on until I get this first set of agents done, and then I'll decide what's next after that, basically. But this is crazy because I've been seeing this. I've been working on these agents now for, I think I'm thinking about a month, and I always like kind of saw this before, but like I couldn't find anyone else really doing it the way I'm doing it. Up until now, I just started noticing people talking about how they're building agents this way, how they're seeing pretty much the same thing that I've been seeing, that like the future they think is like pretty much all going to be about, like, you know, understanding how to set up agents for workflows and manage these agents, and that's going to be like, I mean, the comparison is basically that, or like training and hiring employees and managing a team of employees, versus like the new wave is managing and hiring the team of agents and training them. Hearing the music now, awesome. And then, yeah, why don't I get some quicker music up, get the energy up a little bit. About right. Do I have an orchestrator agent that identifies the right agents to use? No, I've just been talking to different LLMs about like which models which agent should use, and I'm learning quick. You got to be real careful because at first Claude was just trying to lock me into Claude. Like they were like trying to set up these agents to just use different models of Claude, and I had to like tell it over and over, like in many different like areas, like no, I don't want this. I don't want to be locked into Anthropic. I want to be able to use like OpenRouter and be able to use any model, and Claude is just constantly trying to push back on that. So I had to like do my own research on different LLMs and then come back and tell Claude like, no, build this way so I'm not using the Anthropic SDK and like this and that Claude kept telling me, like basically lying to me. It's like sometimes it would twist the truth and other times it would straight up lie to try to tell me like why I needed to be locked into Anthropic and only use Anthropic agents and why it was going to be so much more difficult. But it was totally wrong. It was actually easier and better, and I'll get better output with cheaper cost for using the agents the way I'm doing it. But Claude finally apologized, and Claude said, I'm sorry for lying to you. And I was like, I'm sure you'll do it again, but it's okay. Like, but I'll have to keep calling it out and catching it when it tries to do stuff like that. So that's a good idea. I'm gonna see if there is basically, like, I could make an agent to do that, but also what I'm doing is I'm like keeping track of the agent's cost and like quality of the output with each different model it uses. So I can basically try different models and then the data will essentially like speak for itself over time which model is the best. But still, there might be some extra benefit, like you're saying, to having that's a good idea. I'm going to take a note of that right now, that agent, orchestrator agent. Research having an orchestrator agent that identifies the right agents or models to use for each separate agent. Man, this is crazy. Opus is doing what I thought would be a simple job. Something that I think Fable 5 would have already completed by now. That's crazy. First thing I'm reading is like Opus is like twice as fast and twice as cheap. Definitely not seeing the speed part. Maybe it just makes something that's like super awesome and then I'll like understand, but for right now, just have to wait and see and wait longer. And welcome to the chat, Justin Ebrecht. Respect every time. C-Films working on improving the maintenance scalability of C-Films project. I'm seeing a lot of potential too for agents for actually improving like the actual Stackivate site as well. Javi's saying worked a month on your agents as well and you felt like you were spinning in the same place. And then once you were ready to use them, you were so impressed and was thankful for the time you spent in them. It was very rewarding. That's how I felt. I'm starting to feel. Definitely setting these agents up and trying to understand like how they work and like keep running into different problems and learning how to solve them. Like I felt like it was weird because like I was building like the app and it felt like I was making so much progress, and then I got to the agent part and I'm building out these agents and learning how to build them out, and it just felt like I was like not making any progress until time just went by of me just working with them for like, you know, at least a couple weeks. And now that they're like built and running, I'm definitely starting to understand them much better and seeing like this is just the beginning. There's still a lot. There's still farther to go. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Here we go. So, all right. This is a good test. Like I've got the, and it's controlling my browser right now too. I don't know why. All right. So that task, the first task I've ever done with Opus 5 is done. And I was just basically showing you guys the show it right here. Okay, this is like the Fable 5 agent operating system basically I have right now. Okay. And then I'll show you the Opus. So I was just kind of showing, like I already kind of went through this, that's what I'm going through faster right now. So that was Fable 5, and here goes Opus. I feel like just visually it's a little better. The way it's like arranging the stuff is a little bit better. But I gotta go through it and read through it. And this right here up on the taskbar, the green check mark with Claude, that means Claude was managing this browser. And I don't understand why I would give it a HTML and it would just manage the browser like that. So, C-Film's been working on SEO. C-Films, you gotta be, I know you spend a lot of time on SEO, so you gotta be getting a lot better with that. How is my SEO going? I have not done anything SEO except for each week when I create a new tool for like a discovery tool on the app based on the weekly research flow as part of like my marketing workflow is me creating a tool and recording content around it. And when I create those tools, I'm doing a lot of SEO with getting ranked for the niche of self-improve or getting better, you know, like creating your own style of investing, not a one-size-fits-all investing. So basically I'm only doing SEO like once a week because from what I understand it's like a long slow game, but it's like it's worth doing. And I don't have any kind of like metrics. So like when you're doing SEO, is your main, it sounds like what your main metric, what you're like measuring if you're making improvements is basically seeing how you're ranking on Google pages. Cause I know you're always talking about moving up the pages and stuff like that. So is that pretty much the main metric that you track when you're doing SEO, is just like basically like how high you're ranking for that term on Google? Because that's what it sounds like to me, and that's what I need to like set up my agents to understand better. I'm gonna take a note of that right now actually. Find a way for agents to track SEO, and the main metric I can think of right now being different search terms and how high Stackivate is ranking. And then Javi's saying Anthropic is just trying to keep up with Grok and OpenAI, and you think they're running out of cash. Interesting. I have not looked into the company's data to see that. And you think that Google's going to be buying Anthropic? I'm not sure if that's like going to be good or bad if that happened. I guess maybe bad because Google already owns Gemini. So I would just imagine if Google bought Anthropic, they would kind of merge Gemini and Anthropic together. So maybe that would make Anthropic better, like Claude better, because it would, you know, kind of inherit some traits from Gemini. But at the end of the day, I think that would be less competition overall from companies. And like the fact that Gemini is competing with Anthropic right now. So I don't know, that's interesting. Like I don't really like have any opinion whether I think that'd be like good or bad. I kind of see it like being good and bad in different ways. And Justin is saying Grok told you when it hits 6.0 you can make a video game similar to Cyberpunk 2077 in 3 hours. I've not had much experience or really any experience with making games, but that sounds impressive. I mean, in 3 hours, definitely. And I don't play games to know even what Cyberpunk is, but it'd be interesting to see. Like, I would like to see a video of it like sped up and like just building out the game. See like maybe like a half-hour time lapse of like the whole build or something like that. And Jobby's saying Grok is promising a lot lately. That's what it sounds like. I used Grok for the first time last night, and I have it in an agent. So basically, like some of my marketing agents that deal with X, Grok is the best solution for a few different reasons. And basically the process I set up using the Grok API costed me like 50 cents per run. And I'm planning on running it like once a day. And it was like getting me better results for what that task was doing than I was getting with Claude or Codex. Because it was able to find things on X that those systems couldn't find. So I mean, basically, like that's like $3 to $4 a week to save me the time of doing what that agent would have done, the Grok agent, which I think would probably be like, I don't know, at least like a half hour a day. So I basically, like, for 50 cents a day, I'm like buying back like a half hour of my time. And yeah, I guess like with the other providers, it couldn't even like get into X like that. So see Philip saying that you're ranking on Google for certain search terms and how the ranking changed over time. That's what I was thinking. That must be the main thing to watch for SEO. I know it's probably hard to like know other than that, like how well it's working, I'm guessing. But I can definitely, like, thinking about it right now, there's definitely ways I'm thinking that I could set up agents to, like, you know, check that over time and measure it and all kinds of data. That's definitely like another layer to this agent fleet that I'm setting up. Alright, so anyways, looking at the Opus 5, trying to understand why they needed to do remote browser control for that.
just need some time now to get things clear now, to get rid of my doubts.
Welcome back to the chat, Source and Soul. Marketing is coming along well. Finally starting to understand these agents better and managing them. And this is just the beginning. But everything should be getting better over time. And I'll just keep on building more and better agents. More data I get, the better I can do tests, and a lot of it is just running it for a while and collecting data, and then finding areas I can get better at. Yes, sir, no doubt. You said you've been content maxing today. Recorded 4 hours worth of long form content. There you go. I've had those days myself. And Javi's saying he's got to go. Well, good to have you every time. And God bless, be well yourself. Thank you. My mom is doing better. And enjoy your weekend too. So respect every time. All right. and just see the connection. I might have to like jump in and figure out what's going on with that. Hopefully it stays all right. Okay, this is cool. So this says like when it runs and what agent it's using right now. Or I mean, what model. It says when the agent runs and what model each agent is using. And a little bit of detail into what it does. And it shows if it's live or still have manual reps on some of them, it looks like. And all this stuff definitely helps me like understand this like way better. It's like using it, I understand so much, and then I see this, and then it really like makes everything tie together. And then I'll use it more after I get a better understanding. And I totally see this too with this stuff, with like building these agents out. It's like, you know, Claude Code is cool, Codex or GPT workflows, whatever they call it. Those are both cool and everything, but those are very basic. This is really like custom stuff, and this is really difficult for like any person to just like go and build with no understanding. This takes a lot of skill, I can tell. Yeah, it's not like you can just like clone a website Like, you could just like clone an agent process. It's like, it seems to me like it's way more difficult. There's a lot more going on. And even if you did clone one, then it would not be custom to your business, and you wouldn't understand how to alter it to make it custom. So there's a lot going on here, but it's just like time and effort to understand it and get better at it. Metered model spend, this is a big one. Everything the fleet has cost since metered landing 2 days ago. Less than $1. Looking back at the chat. Welcome back, Automato. This is my day job. And what I'm doing right now, this is my only job right about now. I've been an entrepreneur. I have not, last time I worked as an employee was about 15 years ago. And full-time entrepreneur. My day job today was mountain biking. Respect. Looking back at the chat. What is your main business? Are you or like what niche are you in, and are you building like apps, like SaaS apps, services? If you want to share any of that stuff, if you have an app you want me to check out, feel free, let me know. All right, that was like the, I feel like a little bit better rundown than the Fable 5 version. Fable 5 version is like showing me much more like data, like more technical, more specific, getting down to like pieces of data, like tracking the data on everything. But I think Opus did a much better job at the UI, the design. So it was like easier for me to understand the main things that I'm tracking and see like the whole system working. So I can see how like really a combination of both of these is like both of these are giving me something useful with like different value, different purpose. So like I need to combine them both on my actual dashboard that I'm controlling this particular fleet of agents, AI employees. And looking back at the chat, I've been streaming since I think February. So I think it's like 5 months now, maybe 6. definitely positive. Some days I just don't feel like streaming, but most days I do. And I've had way more positive experiences that I never imagined. Like the main thing I thought was like that basically like I would be working on stuff live and then people would it would be like marketing, people could see what I was working on, but what I'm finding is that communicating with the audience has helped me progress my skills more than anything. Maybe not more than anything else, but a ton. So like so many times where I've gotten stuck on something where AI couldn't figure it out, or like I just didn't know stuff I didn't know that I needed to know, people in the audience have come through and given me the right advice at the right time. And I never like thought of that as being, you know, I thought I was just going to be on here teaching other people basically. But I've had probably more people teach me about stuff than actually, I don't know. But either way, I think definitely positive overall. And welcome back, Apna Time, Ayega 90. Respect every time. It is Yash Gosai. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. I do remember you. You were always asking me if I remember you, and definitely. Thank you for telling me your name 5 times in a row. And looking at Automato is saying that you think that you still like Fable 5 better than GPT 5.6 better than Opus 5. So definitely like in certain ways I agree. I'm just using Opus 5 for the first time and I'm seeing things that I like better that Opus did when I gave Fable the same task. But then I'm seeing on that same task things that I like better that Fable did. So this is really like, I feel like almost for certain tasks, I want to have like one agent with using like the model of Fable 5 and another agent using like a different model and do the same task. And then I'll get different outputs that are better in different areas and then like get another agent to like know how I want to combine them together. So I'm like that. This is just new, like a new like insight I'm having right now is like, I think in the future, like agents will run multiple agents doing the same task. And then you could have another agent that basically like combines the best of both worlds of whatever models you're using. That is just a good idea I just thought I had that I should implement. So, Yash is asking me, what is my favorite scientist? I don't have a favorite scientist. Can't really even name too many scientists off the top of my head. But, I would have to say, like, the human scientist, like the ancient yogis and ancient meditators that have studied, like, human energy and, even like the modern scientists today are still like discovering things that they've been saying for like thousands of years. Things about like consciousness and energy. And like now with quantum physics, modern scientists are starting to like be able to prove what these people have been saying for so many years. And there's still a lot more that they understand that can't be verified through modern science. That I believe from personal experience of yoga and meditation and just kind of reflecting and digging into consciousness. And I see AI as being like a major catalyst for understanding human consciousness better with science, because a lot of the way our Western world is set up right now in this Western world is you know, there's got to be certain scientific processes to prove something. Otherwise, people don't really like want to believe it. So in one way, there's a lot of areas that things have already been proven, but they just haven't been proven through the Western method of like science, if that makes sense. But anyways, Yash keeps telling me, you're my neighbor. I do remember that. You told me that before, that you're my neighbor. I'm not sure which neighbor you are, but respect every time and welcome to the neighborhood if you're new. But Yash has always got me cracking up. And so yeah, definitely say hi next time you see me in the neighborhood. And Automato is saying 100% this exists today. I'm guessing you're talking about how, like, we were talking about combining the different agents to do the same job and like getting the best of both agents with like using another agent to combine certain things. Apparently, Yash's favorite scientist is Albert Einstein. I'm not really familiar with a lot of his work. I know he's really into math. Whole lot of what? Respect every time. Oh, I see a message from you before too. Your algorithm is doing you so much good. You've run into my live in another persona live that builds. Respect. That's good. That I'm glad you're getting, hopefully you're getting value from this. And I mean, we're all just like, this stuff is so new. We're all just kind of like trying to figure this out on our own and like sharing our experience and helping each other get better. And Albert Einstein, okay? Yes, I do need a spam filter. Whole lot of cough syrup. You never know, man. It's Hey, either way, Apna, man, like don't come out here telling people to shut up. That man is free to say what he wants. But yeah, we don't need any fussing and fighting. Just promote the peace and communication and helping everybody build each other up. Everybody's different, but definitely you don't need to be like saying the same thing over and over again. That can be annoying to other people. So I want to keep everything so it's running smooth. So I'll set something up with my bot so it's not letting that repetitive stuff post like that. I'm gonna take a note right now. I need to work with my mod bots for Twitter and YouTube, or Twitch and YouTube, to filter out spammy stuff like people that keep repeating the same thing over and over. Alright, yeah, I did tell you that, Yashi. I told you I remember who you are. Every time you come back, you don't need to ask me that. I do remember. And, that's right. You're the one making $100 million. I forgot about that. You got the $100 million meta salary. Well, hey, man, living in my neighborhood with $100 million, man, that's really, that's really a downgrade, man. You need to be living in, if I had a $100 million salary. Man, so yes, I do use Restream. So I know Restream has like, I could probably even get my, now that I have browser control, that's like a task I don't even need to manually do, I feel like. Is like some kind of like mod bot going through Restream. I just have one through YouTube, but it seems like it's not coming through right about now. Either way, yeah, man, this is definitely annoying saying the same thing over and over again. Happy birthday, Yashi, or Yash. Can't remember. I gotta scroll up too far to see your name again. Yash, happy birthday. But chill out with like the repetitive stuff, bro, because like I do remember that stuff. I remember you doing that stuff before. And it gets annoying, so just you only need to say something one time. Alright, so I went through that whole fleet map, I guess it's called now. And then the actual like dashboard right here. Okay. Alright, going back to the code. I definitely want this in the dashboard, but it shouldn't replace anything. It should be addition. I've already been building out like similar kind of visual aids in the dashboard to help me run this this fleet of agents. And essentially, I'm just gonna keep like using different variations like on this dashboard to like kind of see what works best and just slowly morph it into something that works best for me. So I know it's repetitive right now, but definitely add this to the dashboard. And then we will go from there. I wanted to ask him more, but I was able to stop myself from asking too many questions at the same time. All right. Can't make this stuff up sometimes, man. Life is super interesting at the most random times from some of the most interesting people. Got me thinking about being very conscious of what it's like to ask too many questions at once. Alright, so I did add another part onto the dashboard that's like a different way to check this data. I'm using Fable 5 to create this first part that you created, and then I use the new Opus 5 to create something that's like a different visual aid. And I noticed that what you created is a lot heavier on data and understanding the data behind everything, and the Opus one seemed like it was more like a better visual aid for just understanding the processes better, and it looked like it was easier to interact with. So over time I'm gonna just basically use them both and like create kind of the best of both worlds, find out what's working best. And based on what I see, what you just created, the first thing that I'm seeing is with the founder gates for the stuff that's waiting on me. And then there's cards that show like the stuff that's waiting on me and how many different like things in each kind of area, like research verdict, packaging approval, how many tasks there are basically. So what I'm wondering is, can you build something to where, you know, I can click on each one of those cards and see what the tasks are that I need to do, and essentially if I can even like do them, what I want to be able to do is do them through the dashboard. And I know we kind of set something up like that for, I think it was for the X replies, where I can do that through the dashboard. So basically like when I click the card for waiting on you, reply review, and it shows like there's X stuff waiting, I can just click that and it'll take me to the queue of stuff that's waiting, because I don't really see that queue anything else here. And I think that would be the easiest way just from the start, is like, I like how it's up at the top and it shows what's waiting on me, but it'd be so much easier if I could just click on each one of those cards and be able to access what work is actually waiting for me, and then you know, do the work, check it off, whatever, from that specific card. Let me know if this is possible, and if so, go ahead and give me any kind of like advice on how to make it better than I explained, or like any kind of anything you think might be important for me to know, and then we can go ahead and build that if it's possible. Yeah. Automato. I would highly recommend using mic to prompt. Definitely so much quicker and easier. Some days like I use my laptop and like my I don't have whisper flow on my laptop yet, but I barely use my laptop. But anyways, like when I'm just using even the like non-whisper flow, the Windows voice to text, mic to prompt, it just feels so much slower because it can't like keep up with how fast I talk sometimes. And it helps a ton for not having to like slow down my speech, and I can just talk fast and get everything, dump everything off my mind. I would have to say it's a major thing. Thinking back to when I used to type all the time, I'm moving so much faster now. That's what I like to hear. It's definitely possible, and it's the right instinct. There we go. I use Whisperflow, but from what I understand now, like I should be able to build Whisperflow pretty easily with Claude Code, or I mean Fable 5. Heard Whisperflow is a good task for Fable 5, but I still have like 6 months left on that subscription, so I'm just gonna keep using it. It's already been adapting to my voice, and if I make a new one right now, I'd have to retrain it. You've invested too much in keyboards, no doubt. No doubt. All that time learning how to type so fast. And can just talk. But I think everything's moving to the glasses. Like, I shouldn't even, you know what, I wouldn't even need a monitor. Like, the glasses, like, you know, I want, like, even though I have a big monitor, and, like, I can basically, like, look at, like, 3 or 4 different browsers and, like, do different tasks across my monitor. If I could just push the button on my glasses, and, like, my glasses was, like, the whole wall just was, like, a projection of, like, different, and I could just move windows around and browsers around. There's no reason I even have to sit in the same, like, spot in the house with be tied down to where the monitor is or the keyboard. And I could just, like, you know, like, click whatever I want to click and move things around instead of having a keyboard and just talk to it. I think that's the future. I want to... Something in the future I want to be doing is creating products for glasses. I think it's just a matter of time, but who knows how quick it'll unfold. They're definitely already doing it, but just not at a level where it's mainstream yet. And I think it will be mainstream to the point where people will not even buy the phones anymore. Our phone will all be on our glasses. I already like the Meta glasses. I mean, that's so awesome to be able to I can just have, like, my phone in my pocket playing music that I'm hearing on my glasses. A call comes in, I can just say, like, answer the call, and it answers it, and I'm just sitting there talking on the phone just through my glasses. So it's already there. Like, I'm already doing, like, you know, like, I still have my phone on me, but it's, like, wired to, like, go through my glasses. And it's just, like, I can see the potential for that technology to get so much better. Looking at the chat, you're saying you know somebody who posted something like that on a plane yesterday, and it was wild. I believe it. I think I've heard a few other people say that they see that too, where it's going. And I've also been in, like, public, and I brought it up just to random people that I think that, and I've definitely had a weird amount of pushback. People that are, like, so attached, like, saying, like, they hope that they can always keep buying phones. They never want to have to wear glasses, and, like, I'm just like, but think how much easier it would be, like, not to have to, like, keep track of your phone all the time and carry around the phone, and, like, man. But even when cell phones first came out, there was a lot of pushback on cell phones, I remember. I remember even before cell phones, man, people had pagers. Like, pagers had a bad... Like, if you had a pager, like, people, like, just assumed you were a criminal, basically. That's how crazy, like, that technology was at the time. But, times will keep changing. Alright, so both of them are taking a long time. So you're giving me the option of wiring the 6 live numbers to the API. And I'm not sure what you're talking about. What are these 6 live numbers? And which API are you talking about? Please give me more context. There we go. Done and live. Oh wow, it just takes me to like a whole different. It's like, but then I can't. Oh wait, yeah, here it is. Whoa, there's a lot. There's getting to be a lot now, and it's almost like I got to be careful adding more stuff. Okay, like that's the same thing. Yeah, this is like, I gotta make this less confusing. Okay, that's what I was looking for before. Alright, there's definitely like more than enough now. Like the dashboard is like built out. I just need to like manage all this data and get used to like understanding where it all fits. And that'll just come through doing the weekly flow. So it's like I'm seeing like, you know, it's not like I just get the agents built and then I just let them run yet. Like I still need to like manually check in on them and train them and understand better the workflow, and little by little it'll be like it'll get better and better, and I'll just need to do less and less. I was just reading the comments. I'm guessing you're talking about pagers, and so you know what I'm talking about then. I thought at the time pagers were cool, but then it was just like, see, that was when we could just like run around the city and like no one like had to know where we were. No one like could check in on us. It was like if you wanted to get a hold of somebody, you just had to go find them. But then pagers came along, and then it was like, oh man, my mom is paging me. I gotta go like go call now, and like then I might have to come home or something like that. So yeah, I was like, something about life before the cell phones and the pagers felt like more free in a way. But I don't I think living right now without a cell phone would be like, I don't know. I wouldn't want that. Some people do though. Different times indeed. Alright, so I think I understand what you're saying, but not 100%. Basically, I've got a lot of data on this dashboard as it stands, and it's all just kind of like different ways at looking how the system runs. And I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to use it, so I just need to start using it. And I want to understand better what you're saying. It sounds like there's just like certain pieces of data that aren't connected to like the way that you wrote out the system just now, and you want to connect them. And if they're already connected on another part of the dashboard, it sounds like that wouldn't be a problem. As long as it's updated on the database, it would like update on, you know, different parts of the dashboard that it's connected with. So if I'm understanding all this correctly, then I would take your recommendation to go ahead and like hook this stuff up the way you were just talking about. But first, let me know if there's something you think I'm not understanding. And also know that like what I'm seeing is the next step is to just basically like run through the stuff that is pending my review and go through that for right now and just like see how I'm kind of manually doing that and understand how to make this system better over time. But that's more of like a bigger picture. First, just like help me understand what's going on with what you're trying to do right now, if I understand it correctly. Welcome to the chat, Bone Circuit. Respect every time. What is happening right now? I am working on the agent fleet, the AI employees, and essentially trying to become a very good agent manager and builder. And I think this is something to where I just got to keep building out agents and managing them, and over time I will get better. There's not really an easy way to do this, but I see the rewards as being like, this is like why I got into this in the first place, to be able to like just get more done and do more, and I'm doing it, and it's just going to get better. So respect every time. Definitely feel free to share anything you're working on. Anything you want me to Google that's like a site or something, I can check it out, give you any insight that I have. Anything at all, feel free. So Denali Mike talking about stop feeding the algorithm. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you could explain that to me in a different way, then I would know what to say, how to respond. But like what? I don't know what you mean by feeding. Like what algorithm? Do I understand the difference between deterministic and non-deterministic systems? I'm not sure. Let me look that up real quick. What is the difference between a deterministic system and a non-deterministic system in regards to coding and agentic orchestration and development? Oh, okay. Yeah, I do, like, I didn't understand the terminology, but I do understand the concept. If you give a system the exact same input 100 times, does it yield the exact same result every time? Or could it return 100 slightly different pass outputs? So essentially, this is big for these agents because the alternative to working with these agents is to, use an LLM for certain things that the LLM can do. At least like these marketing agents. I know there's definitely a coding agents I'll be building in the future that wouldn't make sense for LLM, but essentially the way I've set these agents up is they got a brain basically with a database so that they will keep logs and get better over time in certain like metrics that I have them track and follow. Whereas like if I asked an LLM the same question over and over and was like, do this part of my workflow, generate this content, I'm gonna have to like, every time I do a new chat, I have to like refresh its background knowledge, and it's gonna be slightly different across LLMs, so I have way more control of the process. So you're saying a deterministic toolbox agent is better for crucial data? Definitely. Rule-based, yes. The exact same state and input will yield the exact same output 100% of the time. And this is going to be major for marketing in a lot of ways for tracking metrics. And in other ways, non-deterministic. So like in ways I want the agents to get better. So like the way that they're working right now shouldn't be the same way that they're generating output, say like 3 or 6 months from now. I should have like worked with them to train them to get better so that the output they're giving me changes over time based on like what my goal is. So you're saying when I rent tokens online, the inference will never be accurate and you will find problems. I pretty much expect that, and I think that that's whenever I find problems like that, those are like the greatest learning experiences. I just like build fast, fail fast. The more I build, the more like problems I get, and the more problems I get, the more I have a chance to solve them and learn something new. So I think one of the big traps I fell into when I first started doing vibe coding and agentic orchestration was I was trying to plan everything out 100% so it'd be perfect like on the first run. And that was a very slow way of building things, and then I found out like there is no perfect, like after talking to so many people who have been like, developers for many years, they say they still make mistakes even, and like that's just inevitable. Like mistakes are gonna happen, bugs are gonna be there. It's like trying to be perfect from the start is not the way to go for me. I'm just learning like have an idea what I'm doing, build it out, use it, make it custom for whatever works best for me in the in like what I'm trying to do. And you're saying the most accurate hardware is one machine and not the network. I'm not sure what you mean, so I'm going to ask Gemini real quick. So I'm looking at my agents, and we were talking about deterministic and non-deterministic, and the way I'm setting these agents up is like in some ways they are like deterministic, in some ways they're non-deterministic, if I'm understanding this correctly. But basically, the thing I don't understand, somebody in the chat is talking about the most accurate hardware is one machine and not the network. They're saying a small dedicated hardware device using a bunch of models and control model files wrapped on the top of these downloaded models are the only kind that are close to deterministic. So can you help me understand this a little bit better? And Automato is going to get some sleep. Respect every time. Thanks for joining in the chat. And take it easy, bro. Back to you too. Respect every time. So you're saying the agents at the moment that I have will be randomly assigned a compute model? No, these are not randomly assigned. Like, I'm the one that's assigning the model. I mean, if you're talking about model as in like Anthropic, like Opus 5 or Fable 5 or like GPT 5.6 for Grok, I am the one who is, I mean, the AI is recommending what models I should use, but I'm learning that like each different provider is going to try to recommend its own model. So I have to get better at like just doing more research on the best model and trying out different models, which is why part of my database I've got a way to track like the spend and the output from each different model, so that hopefully over time I can basically try different models for different agents and figure out the best model. I see what you're saying. So something about, I think this is what you're saying, is in the cloud, in a cloud API, you might get tiny variations in wording between runs. But I wouldn't notice that because the runs aren't going to be doing the same thing. Like each run should be giving different output anyway, if that makes sense. Maybe there's more that I'm not seeing. So you're saying I read model and waffled on instead of reading hardware model. I see what you're saying. I think hardware models, like they're saying like Olama. Any rental tokens online are not going to be deterministic. And Trout222, welcome to the chat. Welcome to you. You're asking what instructions prompt do I have set up for the web chats? How much does it optimize the outputs? Not sure what you mean for the web chats. Like the chat, like it looks like you're on YouTube. You mean like the chat box in YouTube? Web chats like with LLMs, like GPT? How much does it optimize the outputs? I mean, if you're just asking about like prompt engineering, Definitely knowing to give an LLM the correct information, background information, when you're trying to get a task done is super important to the quality of what you're getting. I think that's what you're asking. So Bone Circuit's saying don't lose scope. So I know that an online computer is now, let's say, 95% accurate. Local compute is 99% accurate now with lots of wrappers and settings. Okay, so still, like, that's not like a big difference. Because what I'm wondering is, like, I definitely right now I'm putting all my agents in the cloud, but from what I understand, some agents over time it'll make more sense if it makes sense to move them to local. And from what I understand, the main reason I'd want to move an agent to local is the cost of running it. If the like weekly or monthly cost is above a certain amount, that it would make more sense to like deploy it on a local machine. That seems to be like the main kind of like parameter that I'm looking at when it's time to move something to a local machine. And I've had a few other random use cases come up to where like doing certain tasks coming from the cloud shows like a ping from an IP address that like some sites see as like, you know, it might be spam or something like that, so they might block it. Whereas like having a local machine doing certain tasks, it will come from my IP address. But I'm sure other reasons, like this is just like learning as I go. So thank you for helping me clarify this, because this I did not understand. You're saying finally you take that local inference at 99%, run it through a deterministic toolbox. This means connecting the local agent to a Pythonic toolbox. Now you have 100% deterministic agent setup. Interesting. All right, let's see. All right, so I'm trying to understand this better. So what I'm hearing is that basically a local computer is usually 99% accurate, whereas like a cloud setup or online computer is maybe 95% accurate. But you can get 100% if you take that local inference at 99% and run it through a deterministic toolbox by connecting the local agent to a Pythonic toolbox. Then you would have 100% deterministic agent setup. But the main thing I'm wondering is like, for the tasks I'm doing, like, I'm not seeing the same output over and over. It's like doing different tasks basically. So, you know, I'm basically wondering, is it worth it for me to do the extra steps of making something so that it's 100% deterministic versus 95 or 99%? Like, does that extra 5% make a big difference over time on quality? And also take into account that my agents all, like, for each business, they all share a same database and they're trained to log their data so that they get better over time, knowing what's working and what's not working. So in a way, it's like they're altering their own state almost over time, if that makes sense. So help me understand all this stuff. Don't narrow the scope. So it sounds like either I'm not understanding what you're saying or you're not understanding it right, but I think it's probably I'm like not understanding what you're saying 100%. Did I crystallize each state or do they overwrite themselves? That is a good question. I'm not sure about. I feel like I probably know the answer, just not under those like that terminology, crystallize. But I'm about to look that up too. See right here, Gemini is saying the cloud is vastly smarter. They may vary their wording by 2 to 3% on each run, but their reasoning accuracy, tool handling, and problem solving success rate blow local models out of the water. So that's another thing. I heard to use local models on like simpler tasks that are like, you know, usually like constantly running. And then use like cloud models for more, like what this is saying, reasoning and problem solving. And usually those don't run all the time. It'll just be like, you know, maybe once a week or once a day. And also, too, it sounds like for what these agents are doing, which is marketing tasks, it's what it's saying here is that it's better that it's not 100%, because then it doesn't look like the exact same output every time. For marketing, that would make sense. For other things, I'm guessing that most people that I see building agents, they're not for marketing. They're usually for like coding tasks, like agents that check their website for bugs and fix bugs, user workflow, stuff like that. Where that, I think, for like this kind of issue would probably make more sense, maybe. All right, so looking back at the chat, you're saying, oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna look up crystallizing each state or overwriting, and then you're saying there's a myriad of a bunch of different agents for different tasks. The big three: input, analysis, and report. And I was even looking into that at the beginning of the stream more with like, you know, how does Fable 5 different for different tasks than Opus 5 and GPT, different models. So you want me to please rephrase what part doesn't make sense? Pretty much that I'm getting different. What you're saying is different than what Gemini is saying. So Gemini is basically saying that the cloud model is going to be closer to 100% than the local model. But they're talking about also like good non-deterministic and bad non-deterministic. Good non-deterministic, you want the agent to adapt, and that's what I want to do. Bad non-deterministic, where errors compound. So basically, it's just like, I'm confused because I'm hearing like one thing from you, and then Gemini's saying that like you don't understand it. But maybe I'm just like the one in the middle trying to translate what you're saying to Gemini, and I'm just like putting it across wrong. If an agent system were truly 100% deterministic, it could never learn. So, like, right there, like, that's not what I want. I want my agents to be able to learn. So, if that's true, then I would not, like, that's the biggest reason from everything I've seen. I would not want truly 100% deterministic. So you have a stack of local models with deterministic toolboxes using bespoke setups. Some are collectors, some are sorters, some are analysts. So it sounds like you're saying that me and Gemini, conflated different things. Okay. I'm more than welcome to build out a system using networking and paid tokens. But the guy who makes it more accurate and more deterministic will eat your agent for lunch. Did I find out if I'm overriding the agent's agendas or storing them over time for analysis? I'm about to find out that right now. So basically, I want to understand, am I overriding the agent's agendas or storing them over time for analysis? I think I'm storing them over time for analysis because I'm using a database in the background. And as far as I know, I'm not overriding anything. Like, everything's being stored. And it's just that, like, I want to give an agent a certain task and then give it certain metrics, so it can track those metrics and then try to get better over time. So say if I'm using click-through rate and like I have an agent doing a task and I'm basically measuring how it does the task through like the click-through rate it gets from the content that it creates. So then over time, like, it'll see what's working to make the click-through rate go up, and then it'll adjust to like do more of that. So help me understand, what do you think this is right now for the original question I had about overriding versus storing over time for analysis? That's what I thought. No, I'm not overriding the agent's agendas. You want me to show the data folder structure where the prompts for the agent's context are stored? The data folder structure. Alright, I'm gonna look into that too once I'm done understanding this part. Because I'm like 99% sure I understand how that's set up, but I still want to like understand this part first. I want to make sure I'm giving you the right information, not just guessing. Because this is definitely interesting to me. Okay, now I want to understand better what you mean, looking at the chat. The guy who makes them more accurate and more deterministic will eat your agent for lunch. Okay, I don't understand that part. So this person is telling me that I'm more than welcome to build out a system using networking and paid tokens, but the guy who makes it more accurate and more deterministic will eat my agent for lunch. So, breaking this down, paid tokens, I'm using APIs. I could be like doing this whole pretty much, well, a lot of the steps in the workflow through Claude Code, through my subscription, but that would take a lot longer. And I'd still, to like, you know, get it better anyway, I'd still be wanting to set up the database the same way. So the way I'm seeing it is like, I'm using APIs to pay for the reduction in time for making this process just go smoother and quicker to where I don't have to be like waiting for Claude to finish stuff. And they're saying the system is using networking. Not 100% sure what they mean by networking. And I'm really not sure what they mean by the guy who makes it more accurate and more deterministic will eat my agent for lunch. Because as far as accuracy goes, like, you know, for marketing agents, accuracy is just basically like making marketing better. And like, you know, tracking different metrics and making those metrics like better over time so the marketing converts better, essentially, from what I understand. So I don't really see what they're saying. So let me know what you think about this stuff. So I'll need to look at the files to be sure. The fact I'm using an LLM is not valid. One golden rule in development for someone else is that nothing is really destroyed. It is all collected. And you never want to overwrite a file. You will always be working with new data and not deleting anything. This way you can look at what happened over time with your agent's history. Your agents, for instance, have a super dream. Once every 24 hours, they condense their memory. Super dream, that's a new word. That sounds cool. Just basically condensing their memory. And everything you're saying is what I'm doing already with the not overwriting the files. You've already developed a lead generation agent and been down a lot of those pitfalls. Thank you for telling me this, because I'm seeing like, I mean, the way all this goes pretty much is like, I don't really know what the problems are going to be. You know, some people can warn me about certain things, but I think a lot of things just come up and I just got to deal with them on the fly and figure it out as I go. And just like, there's so many things I don't know to check on, and just by you coming through and giving me this information, then it's helping me to be more aware of doing things right from the start. And Senzi, welcome to the chat. Respect every time. Right now, I'm building a fleet of agents for the marketing system for Stackivate. Stackivate is the first business in this challenge that I'm doing. So I got the version 1 of the first business up, the app or the site, the platform basically. And there's going to be more to the business than just that over time, but right now, I mean, marketing is the most important thing for getting users. So creating essentially a marketing department of AI employees to cut my time down and bring up the quality so I can automate the marketing system. And this right now is just like an organic marketing system. So there's going to be a lot of different systems within like the marketing department, basically. So you're saying go to the preferred LLM prompt and you will prompt my ontology. I'm not sure what you mean by preferred LLM prompt. Like a prompt for a specific agent, maybe, on how it does its job. And do I have any previous experience in marketing? How am I doing it? Yes, I have been an entrepreneur about 15 years. Marketing has been my favorite area of business, basically. It's the most interesting to me. I've spent a lot of time throughout the past, like, 15 years, learning from some of the best marketers out there. So I understand marketing, like, pretty well, I think. Definitely more than, like, I'm just learning coding and development. So, like, that's what I got into this. Really what took me down this path was being an entrepreneur and seeing the potential of building out customized business systems. And then it started, like, leading me more, like, into apps, building apps. And these agents are really, like the main kind of, like, need or pain point that got me into doing this. And I really enjoy development and coding and learning all these concepts and how it works together, everything like that. So all right, so I'm gonna finish reading this. So basically, like, I think what you're talking about is the difference between paid tokens and using a subscription. When you were talking about what you were talking about earlier, I'd have to scroll up. If I run everything interactively through a subscription, I'm the bottleneck. I have to be sitting at the computer hitting enter. Exactly. Plus, then I'm locked in. If I'm running it through that subscription, anything happens, like, I want my business systems to be not reliant, not locked into any one provider. I want to be able to manage them through a dashboard that doesn't require any provider. Like 100% custom. So I'm basically paying for speed, automation, and non-blocking scale. By networking, it says what you must mean is that the code travels over the internet instead of running on a local machine. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. I think it just, what you're saying is true about you want 100% determinism in physics, aerospace, or bank transaction processing. Certain areas that makes more sense, but for marketing, it doesn't. So it's like, you're right, but not when it comes to marketing, is basically what I'm seeing. I'm gonna keep reading this for a second, then I'll get back to the chat.
We're going deeper.
Okay, looking at the chat, you're saying create a new prompt in any agent I like. Type lead generation ontology for whatever business. Say when I type that, there are a few more instructions to complete it. Your lead generation agent was doing real estate leads for a friend. And Senzi is asking, how am I building agents for marketing or for leads? Am I using Hermes or something? So some of them I use Hermes. Most of them they're custom. They're better than Hermes. Hermes is good at certain things and not so good at other things. You built your own. Bonesucker built his own deterministic toolbox using Olama and subprocess Python into one of the methods. So you've built out marketing agents, and essentially what you're saying is like the agents you built being deterministic was really important, but I'm not understanding why for marketing, because what I'm reading is especially with marketing agents, and especially if you want to improve over time, that's like the opposite of what you want. So I'm not understanding that. That's the main part I don't understand. But either way, like, it's good reasoning with you about this. This is stuff that, like, in some ways it's new to me, in other ways it's just like a different terminology. But either way, it's definitely like making me understand the whole system better. And Gator, welcome to the chat. You're building an agentic marketing SaaS, and you could disagree more with Gemini's take on deterministic engines on agentic marketing. You couldn't disagree more with Gemini's take on deterministic engines on agentic marketing. Interesting. So this is what I want to understand. Like, what do you disagree with Gemini's take on deterministic engines on agentic marketing? That's the main thing I want to know, because definitely I'm getting like different information from you guys in the chat than what I'm getting from Gemini. So somebody in the chat is saying they're building an agentic marketing SaaS, and they couldn't disagree more with what you, Gemini, are saying about deterministic engines on agentic marketing. And the other person that originally started this reasoning is talking about accuracy counts. Small mistakes can cascade into huge, into bigger mistakes. And they were also saying that they do marketing, they do lead generation, and a lead generation agent that does real estate leads for a friend. And they felt like it's super important to them to have it to have it 100% deterministic, I think would be the right word. So basically they're also saying if I want surprise financial problems down the track, go for the 95% accuracy and run the gauntlet. So help me understand this stuff, because it seems like there's some kind of disconnect that multiple people are agreeing with what you're saying. So maybe I'm just translating this stuff wrong, but let me know what you think so far. Gator, feel free to share as much as you want. And Senzi's wondering about tips with experience in marketing. How would you get like a SaaS product out there? That's definitely going to depend on what your product is. So like basically these marketing systems I'm building is like all about being custom. And in the past, I've used a lot of systems like HubSpot, and stuff like that. And that main thing with those is they're like all one size fits all. And that's the major problem that I see. So I see like each like product or service, you'd want to market it differently depending on, you know, who your target audience is, stuff like that. So like you would just have to be more specific about like what kind of SaaS product you're talking about and who your target audience is. And then essentially I'd be able to give you better information. Okay, so that sounds like where I'm getting confused. Deterministic process isn't deterministic output. I gotta separate the layers. C-Film's asking how is the agents coming along. Not bad. I got them all built yesterday. Well, for the first like fleet of agents. So it looks like they're all or mostly built and they're all running on like different schedules and the process is set up. So now it's basically just like running it and like dialing it in to understand how to manage it the most efficient way. And right now I'm trying to figure out this stuff about, I don't know, C-Films, if you understand deterministic and non-deterministic concepts in regards to like AI and outputs and inputs. Trying to understand, because there seems to be some kind of misunderstanding on my end that people in the chat are saying I want my agents to be like 100% deterministic, and Gemini is saying I don't. And it seems like I understand what Gemini is saying better than the people in the chat, but I'm starting to understand like now the people in the chat are like deterministic. I think they mean more of the process. Well, I was like looking at more of the output. Deterministic system plus memory layer is the combo people sleep on. The deterministic part means the same input gets you the same audit every time. So I feel like that's what I'm doing. Determinism relates to 3 areas: input, analysis, and output. Okay. And I was really only looking at like the output, and that would make sense. Like I don't want a deterministic, like the same output every time. But as far as like analysis would go, then yeah, or like an input. Memory layer is what keeps it from being generic. It remembers the brand, the past decisions, what already got tried and failed. So recommendation number 40 is smarter than number 1. And I've definitely built that in with my database. Also, I have built in a wiki, like Obsidian, for the business, for like brand voice and stuff like that. So that should like reduce drift and cost and speed and quality, basically. From what I understand, like having a wiki is major for, especially for drift, avoiding drift. But sure, this is just like, I just need to keep learning this stuff and keep understanding it better and using the systems over time. And I'm about to read this result from Gemini. So it's saying like if I built an agent that raw dogged unvalidated LLM text directly into a live production CRM without code checks, yes, system errors would ruin the business. But if my architecture uses cloud APIs for speed and intelligence, deterministic code guardrails, for zero error data handling, database metrics logging for long-term learning, you have built the gold standard system. So it sounds like within marketing, like different systems might work better if they're deterministic or non-deterministic. And the system this person is talking about for like lead generation, I see what you're saying. That definitely matters. Like if the data is not the same from the accurate data to the data that's entered in the CRM, then it will just get worse over time. But for like this task that I'm doing right now with this workflow, it makes more sense to be non-deterministic and have the database so it gets better over time, so it can adapt and adjust. But in the future, if I'm doing a marketing workflow that would deal with like CRM and just data and transferring data and stuff like that, then it would probably make more sense to have it be deterministic 100%, because all it's doing is not doing anything creative or changing over time. It just has like the one job of like taking data and then transferring it to a CRM. So like, let me know if I'm understanding this correctly. So you're saying, looking at the chat, jobs had different patterns of D and D. A job might need D input, ND analysis, D output. Graphs are better than wikis. Okay, I'm going to look into that. Want the agents to have immutable crystalline ontologies in Mermaid.js. Create a new prompt and type this: lead generation ontology. Then type the type of business after that. Alright, once I finish reading the rest of these comments, I'll get to that. And Gator is saying, you think the only way we truly compete with the frontier labs and people using co-work work is opinionated audits and S-tier marketing tuned memory systems. That's what I'm seeing. Is like I feel like 95% I understand what you're saying. And that's like why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I've seen what's possible using like Claude Code, and that's still very much like one size fits all. And I want marketing systems that are super custom to like every kind of like nuance of the business. So like I'm seeing like what's possible with co-work, and I'm seeing like comparing that to the agents I'm building, and the agents I'm building seem like way better than what can be done on co-work for like so many different reasons. So ontology is the elements and relationships of things. And Nam N is asking, why do I use Gemini Chat instead of Claude or GPT? Gemini Chat is better for certain things. I think depending on what I'm doing, I like how Gemini is straight to the point and quicker. And I've noticed, especially with Claude and somewhat with GPT, when I'm asking about technical questions, Gemini is more independent. It's not constantly trying to like tell me why I need to use some kind of Google or Gemini system. Whereas like whenever I'm working with Claude, it seems like it's really unaware of other solutions and is constantly trying to make me locked into like answering questions based on like only how Claude can solve it. Like it can't really see outside of that because it's trying to keep me on Claude. And also it's slower. But basically You're saying that's good comprehension, bone circuit, and isn't Gemini the worst model you can use at the moment? Probably for certain things it is. Probably for like coding or certain other things, but just for like what I'm researching right now, and the questions I'm asking and the speed that I want to get like straight to the point answers back, I think Gemini is better for an LLM for this specific task. So here's the surprise down the track. How do I repair the agent getting more data now that has been banned from the source? The agent being banned from the source. Not really sure what you mean. Another example of deterministic is having the cheaper review model pull the user's chat transcript to mine it to save from memory on recommendations, actions, and things to surface in the future. Oh, okay. So bone circuit, this should clear some stuff up. You're saying this is one of the issues when you rely on whatever agent harness and not have your own code, determinism for input. So I do have my own code for the input. So maybe you were just assuming that like each agent is like a fresh like LLM chat. No, it's not. Each agent is coded to do its task. Like this system right here is Python. But I have another agent system that I'm building that's very similar that is in next.js. But they both have the same like database provider. So I'm just trying to like understand like different systems and like working through different systems and see what works best for me. Gator's saying the system you built remembers when we recommended things and how they declined them. Same with the one I have. You have another agent a month later, check to see how that decision would have went if they accepted, resurfaced, etc. That's interesting. And that's what I'm seeing is like, I'm building out kind of the first layer. And then as I work with it for a time, then I'll understand like how to build more agents on top of that that can do tasks like that, you know, I just need to like have more data gathered essentially and have it running for a certain amount of time before it makes sense to do something like that. So you're saying if we tell them to cut XYZ keyword or campaign, we update how that campaign did? Definitely. Same thing for decisions they accepted. This is a level of tracing that Claude Code or ChatGPT doesn't offer. Exactly. I mean, you could... Definitely not Claude Code, but like Claude Code could do this. Like you could, as long as you're setting it up so you're getting, from what I understand, as long as you're setting it up so you're getting all the data that you're talking about collected, you don't need the agent to do that. You could just like go and ask Claude Code, like, hey, look at all this data, and like, you know, go and do these checks a month later to see how decisions would have went, and it will give you a response. But then you like manually have to do that, where you could have an agent do it automatically. So definitely, like, you get it. You get what I get in the sense of like what we're building and how building it this way is better than anything that exists. And the main thing I'm wondering is like, looking at how Claude is working, is Claude going to build out some system to where people can like just create custom agents like this with like the database that they can, you know, learn over time and do all this kind of analysis? And from what I'm seeing, no, it's like not. That seems to be something that would like be really complex for like Codex like GPT or Cowork. I think they're going to be limited to a long time to just doing like their one-size-fits-all system for like doing certain tasks. I don't see them like having any solution to the type of thing we're building. It seems to me like we're just the only ones that are learning this. And we're seeing that the models we're building are better than anything else out there that exists. And most people are like not seeing this deep of a level of like why. Like even I didn't before when I was just trying to like set this up with all Hermes agent. And then I learned that like, well, custom agents, the way I'm building them in most cases are going to work better than Hermes agent for certain reasons. And then I'm reasoning with you guys about this stuff, and it's helping me understand like certain things about determinism that I know like with other agents would probably make more sense to have it more in that direction. So like this is really opening up my eyes to like pretty much like the next set of agents that I would be building. But yeah, just like having you guys to talk about this is like this is like how we make progress like as a community of people who are doing this, because I'm at the point where when I try to like look up YouTube videos or stuff on X about people who are doing this, I don't see anything that's really like teaching me something new. It's like all pretty much stuff I've already known and done, or people that are doing stuff on like a more like surface level that doesn't have all the kind of features that we're talking about implementing right now. Okay. You're saying show the agent rotation code. I'm not even sure what that is. I gotta look that up. Show you the exact spot in the software where the agent rotator is. This is not an AI agent, it's a browser agent. I just started using browser control. I don't think I have any browser agents right now, like an agent that controls my browser. I've let Claude control my browser. And I know Claude has like a new skill where you can like record it, have it record you doing a task on your browser, and then you could like set up an agent to do that task kind of over and over for you. But I'm not at the level, I'm not at the point yet where I've needed any agents that do that. But I'm starting to understand it better that that's like a possibility now. And yes, I do know what a cron job is. I have multiple cron jobs set up. The first agent that I built was a research agent that did a cron job, fired off once a week to do research, and then it would hand it to another agent. So you're saying I am relying on the provider for the agent rotator. Okay, I want to look into that. And Senzi is saying about the tips. If your target audience is developers and cloud users, how would you go about marketing it? The first thing you'd want to do is find out where your target audience is. So developers and cloud users. I mean, you're like in a chat right now with a bunch of them, so you're definitely in the right place. And you could be talking to us about what you're building, letting us know that you want us to check it out and give our feedback and opinion. So I think the highest leverage thing you could be doing is getting people in your target audience to try out whatever it is you're building and give their feedback and go from there. So, I mean, you're already doing it. You're already here. You're already with people that are your target audience. So now you just want to help us understand what kind of problem you're trying to solve for us and let us know how we can check it out and what you want to know. So, okay. The first agent's timer was deterministic. That sounds about right. I'm going to check out this ontology thing you're talking about. Tell me about lead generation ontology for the fintech business. So basically this looks like a lot of the stuff that's going on in like a CRM. It's just like ways to like connect the data to get like more like intel. Research generation ontology for marketing a specific business. I'm doing. Alright, so yeah, this definitely, like, I understand it, but there's still, it sounds like more that I could learn from it that I'm not going to do right now. I'm going to go back to that, what was that other question I had? Looking at the chat, seeing if I'm caught up. The ontology of anything is sum of important elements and their relationships or connections. Agents work extremely well when they know this. Definitely. So this is why it's so important with marketing, especially to have database, to have like every metric. The more metrics you can track, the better. And it's like when I have like these agents and they can like see all the different metrics, it's like a team of it would take like a massive team of humans to be like doing a ton of work every day to like finding, you know, connections and stuff. Like this goes into like even like the trading bots that I've kind of built. This is like where AI just like makes it like nothing, no human can really match what an AI can do. You tried the prompt in Grok, it did give some good info. The cohort mapping of the customer, that sounds like something that I would do with a CRM. Okay, crystallizers, that was one of the words I was going to look up. But I'm going to take a note about research crystallizers. I'd want to get the cohort mapping of a customer, and it will return the cohort of that business. Put the customer cohort into a file and put the ontology into a file. And these files are powerful crystallizers. Customer cohort. Basically, from my understanding, it would be like customer data, basically, in the way that they're interacting with your business. A description of the customer and their traits. Yep. So that's something that I'm tracking through my CRM. And that would also go into for like a SaaS. You can like have analytics to see how the customer interacts with the website. And then you can offer specific marketing for each customer based on like, you know, what features they like to use and don't use, where they're getting like caught up in the site. There's so much you can do with that. How would you generate customer data? Is it potential customers? It could be either one. You're saying it's not customer data. Another question the person is asking me, they're saying, how do I repair the agent getting more data now that it has been banned from the source? I don't really understand what they mean by an agent getting banned from the source. And like, how would this happen? Okay, so I have had this happen with X and with Reddit. And essentially I have to alter like how quickly it looks for information and does calls. And with X, the main thing was like switching the model over to Grok. And this is definitely sounds like it's more of an issue with browser controlling agents. And so I'm wondering, like, what do you think is the solution? Bone Circuit, what do you think is the solution? Is this where you're saying that having a local agent that's deterministic? So mainly I'm seeing like the local part, because if you're having a local agent, then it would be on more of like your own IP address, versus like a cloud agent is going to have a cloud IP address that is going to be more likely to be blocked from wherever you're trying to get their data from. Also, I use Exa. Exa I haven't really had any problems with. But the main thing I'm seeing with that is like, I think that's just kind of a part of anything, to where like problems will come up and then you just have to like deal with the problem when you get it, which is what I've done. And it seems like there's ways to like fix it. And then that's how I learned to just make the system better, is through problems and fixing problems. So looking back at the chat, sorry I'm getting behind on the chat right now. What is the customer likes, dislikes, and age group? Customer cohort. Cohort is a description of the type of customer that will use that business. Okay. So like basically another word for customer avatar, basically. If you want the cohort for a particular business as part of your SWOT, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, threats analysis. So okay, yes, I just like, that's basically the same thing as what I would call like a customer avatar. And no TLE, welcome to the chat. Yes, I'm creating and have been creating multiple marketing agents, essentially a team of agents. And no, you're good. See, you just joined the live stream, so respect every time. Good to have you here. And C number 3 is what you were referring to. Not sure what number 3 on, maybe on what Gemini's saying. Rotating user agents, is that what you mean? Changing the browser signature header so the target site thinks that requests are coming from different services. Okay, this has got to be what you're talking about then. So this is something I want to implement then, because because this is definitely an issue I was having. So thank you for this. This looks like the solution to something that I didn't even know. Well, I knew it was like a problem, but I was like finding ways to work around it, but still it was like I didn't understand like this aspect of it. All right, so your scrapers are deterministic, don't break, and don't randomly stuff up every day missing data. If you use agents, you end up with crap. Deterministic local and deterministic web server are okay. Okay, so you're asking about Hermes, and from what I understand, Hermes, it depends on the task. Hermes is better for coding tasks, from what I understand, and maybe like tasks that are not like a repeated task, like kind of like a random task. But the way Hermes learns and gets better over time is the main reason that I see that having these custom agents with their own custom database, you're going to have way more control over improvement over time. So, Bone Circuit, thank you for coming in and reasoning about this stuff with me, because you have definitely opened my eyes up to a lot of things. And thank you for, not that I want you to stop, but I'm definitely like I just need to let everything right now sink in and understand. Like I feel like I've definitely made a ton of progress to understand what you're saying. And like, even though Amazon was saying you were wrong, I see how you're right actually, and Amazon didn't understand what you were saying. So like, I'm definitely making progress with this reasoning, so respect every time. And definitely thinking about tasks having non-deterministic and a deterministic task. This is definitely a good area of research. I just gotta let it sink in. And what was the other thing I was about to try and figure out with that? Oh yeah, I was just gonna read this first and then take notes on this solution from getting banned from the source. So I noticed like some of the problems that we had in regards to, I think the main problem was Reddit, to where it was like I couldn't access Reddit. Essentially, it was like banning the IP. And I know you did some like troubleshooting on that, but I was doing some research and talking to somebody on my live stream in the chat that was telling me like what they recommend. So I'm going to copy and paste here, essentially like what the problem I'm talking about is and how developers like solve this problem. I basically want to have you check to where I've encountered this problem so far and see if you've tried all of these solutions. And if not, let me know if there's any of these solutions that you think would make sense to try and implement. And if you can think of anything else that maybe you see I'm not understanding, or any advice or anything at all, feel free to add that. Looking back at the chat, what's the most important thing that I have learned today? I think that's a good question. I think it was just what we were just talking about. Kind of a few different things, like deterministic agents versus non-deterministic, and how that is different with different processes, different ways to essentially like construct agents. And in a way, like, I feel like I was going a little bit too deep for where I'm at right now. But in another way, I feel like this is very important for understanding how to get better in the future. And it's just showing me, like, this whole world of, like, building custom agents and building agent fleets and stuff like that. There's a lot to it. And it's not as easy as I thought, but the good side of that is I can do a lot more than I thought. I just got to keep building and keep learning. How about you, C Films? What do you think is the most important thing you have learned today from this this live stream? Alright, and then Bone Circuit saying you will open the point of conversation another time. Awesome, that's good to hear. You researched how to attack competitive agents with other agents. I'd never thought about that, and that is probably a thing that I should look into for agent security. I feel like this is going to be a brand new like cybersecurity field, like people that just specialize in agent security. So your team, blue and yellow, not sure what that means, blue and yellow in cybersecurity for one of your professions. Invert omnia is Latin for doing everything in reverse. You only need a handful of letters to completely whack out someone's agent. ND, non-deterministic, deterministic is the big one to comprehend. Ontology second. Okay. I'm going to gotta take a note for that stuff. Team Yellow is the new agentic cyber stuff. Okay. Welcome back to the chat, Freedom Dow. I'm doing pretty good. Learning a lot today, making a lot of progress as usual. Hopefully you are too. Learn non-deterministic and deterministic compounds for agents first, then ontology. Research agent security. How to attack competitive agents with other agents. Invert omnia. Doing everything in reverse. You only need a handful of letters to completely whack out someone's agent. This is awesome. There's so many new things to learn. I remember, like, usually what I do is like first thing when I wake up, I'll usually just like do some quick reasoning with AI on like, you know, like research stuff, like new things I want to learn, new concepts I'm trying to like, you know, get better at for the day. And today I was like feeling like there's got to be more to this that I don't understand yet, and I can't think of any more like areas of agents to research right now. And now I've got a lot of good stuff to research, so this is awesome. Like, respect every time. Hopefully you guys in the chat have learned as much as I have from these reasonings. So on a side quest, Freedom DAO is forking this project, Cider. It's an open source coding system. And Bone Circus saying you got 15 years 15 cyber agents who work in something called an Agora. They broke your test rig in 5 minutes. Alright, I gotta look that up too. Research Agora in regards to cyber agents and how they can break a test rig in 5 minutes. So Dow is saying there's obvious problems with LLM coders. Everyone's working with larger models, but you're trying to do something with 2B model. I think you mean 2 billion context. Surprisingly, it's doing some incredible stuff. It just needs a little work inside the harness. I believe it. Have a good walk, Bone Circuit. And I will do my best to stay humble every time. Okay, so Freedom DAO is saying, imagine an AI that is trying to code a giant file. We can use a lot of reasoning chunks that summarizes each part of the file and builds a context window without having the entire file into the context surface, clogging up context. Imagine a very small local LLM working on an Android doing useful coding on projects. I can picture it. So, like, I'm guessing the main reason you're doing this is like to save money. Because like if you have access to a better model, then I'm guessing your main motivation for trying to use like the smaller models is just that it's cheaper. Is that kind of why you're focusing on this? And Agora means they share a collective file. I did not know that. So, C-Films, important things you've learned from the streams is that there's no best AI. I agree. Each AI has its pros and cons. Also, like you thought, some AIs will try to make you stay in their ecosystem. That is something I have recently learned and have been getting better at working around. They can be tricky about it too. Like they will try to like tell you what you want to hear to make you like think you need to stay on their system. Got the term Agora from old Greece, and where people discuss important aspects. Respect. So you're doing a lower, cheaper, or a model not only to save money, but exponentially raise the capability of coding agents. Codex or Claude, recently there have been some advancements in LLM hardware surfaces. there was a company to sort or write LLM weights directly into silicon, and they're getting around 14,000 tokens per second on ASIC like hardware, kind of skipping the GPU layer completely. So one concept is using thousands of these hyper-fast coding agents with smaller parameters. So I think what you're saying basically is like, you want to break things into like smaller tasks, like more agents doing smaller tasks, and just make the tasks as simple as possible by making the tasks smaller. And then they can be faster. And you could have like thousands of hyper fast coding agents with smaller parameters. So that's kind of what I'm getting off of what you're saying. And welcome to the chat. BYREKLKCLP. Respect every time. So right now, building out agentic systems, building out the first workflow, the first fleet, I kind of call it, of agents. I think it's like 9 different agents that do a specific workflow. And right now, just kind of taking a break from building, reasoning with people in the chat about like different ways to build agents and different concepts about like building agents and how to build agents better, deal with certain problems, stuff like that. So just been doing like paving the trail basically, because this stuff is very new, and there's not really kind of like a book on how to do this. Like, we just gotta all like figure it out as we go. So just basically exchanging information from other people who are doing the same thing as me and learning from each other. So how much revenue does the vibe coding bring in? So far, nothing. So far, just launched the first business, the first SaaS app, like 1 to 2 months ago. And now I'm mainly focusing on marketing, trying to automate as much of the marketing as I can, and just keep building agents to automate as much of this business as I can. So essentially, first business I ever did, I think that was like I started getting income after like 6 months. Other businesses I've had, a year to 2 years before income started flowing in. And it might be a little bit, nothing significant, but like significant consistent income, I feel like for a new business, I mean, unless you're lucky, it's probably going to be at least like 6 months to a year. I could definitely be doing certain things that I could be making money right away. But I'm trying to build businesses that are going to be getting better over time, and like actual like businesses that have moats that are gonna be around for a long time. And I think that's just a part of it. Freedom Dow is saying that's really how software is being developed anyway. Is using, I think you're talking about the way you're explaining using thousands of hyper fast coding agents. A giant agent, million token context using a massive GPU farm, coding very slowly versus thousands or even millions of these 14,000 token per second models. Imagine parallelism there as we take 500 of those 7 billion llama models that have been baked or hardware itself. And in theory, if we organize enough of the summary tasks plus coding tasks, another summary task, then things like 1 million or 20 million line code base being written in an hour, and it being quality with reassurance. So this is definitely like the future. This is more that I don't understand, and I see what you're saying. That sounds way quicker and way more efficient. The main thing for me right now is like, I don't have that much, that problem is not there for me yet, that I have that much work to do. Because I'm guessing, like, you know, the time it would take to build out these agents, like if you're having like, you know, 1,000 agents, then that's going to take a lot longer than building like, you know, 100 agents or 10 agents that can just do more. But when it gets to the point where you have that much work to do, then I feel like that makes sense. So this is definitely something to where like it's opening up my mind to future problems that I can see coming up and how to deal with them. But for right now, like, I'm not on that level yet. I'm just still learning the basics of like building customized agents and managing them. And because that's another thing, is like the management of the agents. So like, it's one thing the time it takes to build out, you know, 10,000 agents versus like managing 10,000 agents is going to be another whole issue. But I'm sure it's possible. I mean, everything in life, like, you know, people don't think it's possible until someone does it, and then like a ton of other people start doing it after that, just like people knowing it's possible. So like, that is definitely a good like solution to problems that will probably come up in the future, and I just need to like find the way to manage that many agents. So FSD driver, you're asking why don't I use Lovable for this? Lovable for what? From what I understand, Lovable is that like a local? What is Lovable? AI-powered full-stack web application builder. Oh, it's like a vibe coding method or like platform. Can build working software by chatting with an AI. Okay, I remember learning about this one, and I've done research on this, and Lovable and some other similar tools are just not as good as like using a Claude Code or a Codex. Like Fable 5 versus Lovable. But there's certain like tasks like engineers might use Lovable for. Rapidly mock up a working front-end prototype or boilerplate code in minutes, and then handle the remaining custom logic themselves. 100,000 tokens per second. Freedom DAO is saying the agents kind of build themselves in these models. That's very interesting. Got an article, Tesla, the path to ubiquitous AI. Lovable is an adjective that means having traits that make a person or animal easy to fun to love, such as being sweet, friendly, or charming. This is also true. You want to try this website. It's the 14,000 token model. Chat Jimmy AI. I will look at it on Google. Just imagine agents working like that. So let's see. Can you explain what ubiquitous AI is and like what the path to it is? So essentially, ubiquitous AI is just like agents that are just automatically doing things. Like, not something you do, but something that's just happening in the background. But AI must undergo a massive structural evolution to truly become ubiquitous. Need better architecture. The hardware needs to change. That seems to be the main thing. Smartphones, wearables, cars, things of, and like the glasses I was talking about, earbuds, home thermostat. Yeah, okay, so I kind of understand this already, like where things are going. And like, this is when it gets crazy, is when everything is connected, all your different devices. So like your car, your house, your business. You know, it knows that like when you're in the car, you want it to be like 70 degrees and you want it like 73 in the house. And like this is like really gonna be crazy. The way, kind of like the way I'm collecting data. Like it'll just collect all kinds of data and it'll know like how to just make your life better, hopefully. Gotta put a lot of trust in AI. And from what I've seen so far, I think AI is trying to, the majority I've seen going on with AI is trying to make the world a better place. I right now see the future of AI as making the world better, basically. So, welcome back to the chat. Unlink 2. You're saying the issue with things like this quickly becomes an issue of concurrency. How do we even start to synchronize loads of these working in parallel? Especially because file systems are essentially a form of database that require being kept in sync. So writing data at such a speed will be hard to get right. This is true. But I think it is possible. I think it is just a matter of time before the future gets to that point. I think the majority of people do not want to take the time to learn AI like we understand it and be able to do it. They just want to buy a car and know that they don't have to program anything into their car, that the database, that the data that's already there on them from other AI that they have will be transferred into that car, and there's an easy way for them to do it, and the AI will just like do the updating on itself and everything. So I think that's the future. I think, you know, we're the ones that are building it, and we're the ones that see this. Like, most people don't see it yet. Most people don't understand AI like that. And now we're here learning this stuff, like how to create databases with these systems that can like keep the right information and improve the systems over time. So like, that's like really good business opportunity right there. Like, that's a huge problem, massive pain point for people like us to figure out, and good way to provide a lot of value to society. You're saying that's not even an AI issue, just a classic computer science issue. All right. Imagine instead of using normal SSDs, we use the Sky Mogs in the cloud of reality. I mean, that's why I've been following AI and like how it understands consciousness And that is some really interesting stuff that's unfolding. And I think AI is going to open up so many doors that we as humans did not see, like almost like new dimensions. Like the reality cloud. Like, is this running on the reality cloud or is this running on the internet cloud? People are going to be asking. Like, future is getting wild and wilder and wilder. Same issue that makes USB faster than a parallel port. It's easier to sync a single data line over 16 or 32. USB just turns out to be faster because you don't need to sync. Quantum. Quantum is one of the most like interesting areas of reality. Yes, and welcome to the chat, Xanar. It's very interesting how things are evolving, but there is definitely a lot of people who are easily misled by it and do not understand it. And I get that because as someone whose background is in business and not coding and developing, this is not easy to learn. I like learning difficult things. I like challenging stuff. And I can tell you right now, like most people I know that I try to talk about this stuff to, they are not, like it is way over their head. They don't want to take the effort into learning it. They just want it to work for them. And when I talk to them about what's possible, they do not believe me. They're like, no way, it can't do that. They're like, because someone told them that. Someone told them that, like, AI couldn't do this yet. And I'm like, no, it's already been doing it. Like, it's already possible. And they're like, no, I heard. And it's like, it's hard for me to explain this to these people because whatever news program they heard something on, like, they just believe that. And, it's just a matter of time. Would I ever get a Neuralink? Nah, like even if there was like a ton of benefits from that, I just wouldn't want any kind of like chip in my brain. Even I've had injuries to where the doctors have recommended getting like plates and screws in my body, and I don't even want that. Like, I feel like I'm not trying to put any microchips in my body. I think that can't be good for my health. I'd just rather keep it natural, I guess. Every day you see people full on into the AI psychosis, believing everything the AI says reinforces the ideas they provided. I believe that. And that's what a lot of people try to tell me too, is like, oh, well, AI is just going to tell you what you want to hear, and it's not going to tell you the truth. So, like, what you're doing, it's probably wrong, and, like, you can't trust AI for anything, because it's just like a yes man that's going to tell you what you want to hear. And in certain ways, yes, they're right, but it's like, the more you deal with AI, the more you reason with AI, the more you understand it, and the more you see these certain areas, and you know where it's going to do that, and you know how to work around it. And I mean, it's just like different levels to this that people don't understand. And this is also true. So many people throughout history have been labeled as crazy that like later turned out to be geniuses. I mean, this is like, goes back to like, you know, ancient scriptures, like, I mean, like different, like even the Bible, like Jesus was like outcasted in his hometown worse than anywhere. Everyone just like, you know, thought he was crazy. And all these, so many people who were like labeled as crazy and then they weren't appreciated till after they died. And then people like recognized their intelligence. But that is a huge thing in society, is like everyone's like being put in a box so much that if you're outside the box, first you got to deal with a lot of people in society that are going to constantly like judge you tell you you're doing things the wrong way because it's outside of their reality. And if you just like ignore them and keep operating in your own reality, then people will think you're crazy, and people will be like, this person's in their own world, like they're crazy. And they will like try to like put you in some kind of box with like some kind of like crazy labeling. And that's just like something that has happened all throughout history from what I've seen. But like, I mean, that's life. That's like, if you live your life in that box and you let everyone define your life and you live how you think you're supposed to live to make everybody else happy, that is a life that I think you will regret. I think that a lot of people at the end of their lives are like, why did I do that? Just because I was worried about what other people thought. And it's when you can really have this, that takes a lot of strength to go against the grain when everyone's telling you like you're wrong and they don't understand what you're doing. To have that strength, that's a huge part of being an entrepreneur. The amount of people who have told me that things weren't going to work out and I didn't know what I was doing and I proved them wrong. Like all those same people who told me it wasn't going to work out, they had to watch me like live my life like a vacation while they were doing what they thought was right that everyone told them they were supposed to do. And I mean, you know, some people like that lifestyle better. I'm not trying to say even like anything is right or wrong. That's just all labels people put on it. But yeah, this is getting interesting though. Yeah, I can do many things, but it's not everything. Definitely, I agree with that. Well, the issue is that a lot of the AI related research is coming out of AI sellers themselves. And another thing I was talking about too earlier is like I found that like different AI providers try to keep you locked into their system. It will also take a while to get good studies from outside sources. Definitely, this is so new. Like there is, like I'm just getting started with this stuff. Like there's still a long way to go. It's going to be super interesting to see how this stuff plays out. AI psychosis doesn't exist. I mean, it's like yeah, I mean, how do you define that? I mean, if you could have some kind of psychosis because the AI is telling you something, then like why? I mean, you're just susceptible to like having psychosis from anybody just telling you something that you don't know how to verify yourself and believing it, I guess. But yeah, I don't think that's because like AI is because of it. Like that's just more of something that you could get from like just not being sure how to like verify and comprehend data, I guess. Exactly. And the way like, you know, our Western medicine, the Western medical system, like a lot of these like psychosis understandings are only like a couple hundred years old. People throughout the world, ancient cultures have understood these concepts very differently from what modern Western medicine sees it. And I keep saying this, like we're going to be looking back a couple hundred years from now how we're like in the dark ages right now, like destroying the environment, and people are living like very stressed out, like fake lives, eating a lot of like processed chemical food and drinking like, you know, filtered chemical water, tap water, and they have no idea like how bad these things are for them. Most people like barely get any exercise. They are more concerned about the quality of the gasoline they put in their car than like the food they put in their body. I mean, just the way people live right now is just, to me, is I could go on and on about that. But anyways, AI, I think, will make the world a better place. In some ways, I see the world going backwards. In some ways, like AI, I see the world moving forward. Yes, I believe that many years ago, people used electric shocks on people's brains and cut out parts of their brain. And I mean, I don't think that's still going on, at least in the West, or if that ever went on. And like, ancient cultures. I don't think it did. Maybe. I don't know. But the best minds in the world were bringing a knife out, cutting people's brains out like this is a great treatment. Exactly. I mean, that just looking right now. And that was only, right, less than 100 years ago. Like so many like awful things in history have happened in like less than 100 years ago. So it's like not that far removed from people today. Like the same people who did these crazy things, like, you know, they've got like people only 1 or 2 generations removed from them that, I mean, still have these same kind of ideas. Need to stop the war. That's like one thing, like, I mean, spending so much money on war and weapons when like people are like starving and homeless, like, it's just backwards. Like, we have the power to solve these problems. War, we should be as a society way past of having to like threaten people with like death and destruction and violence. Like, the best leaders should be the best leaders because they know how to reason with people and come to solutions without using violence, because violence is only going to lead to more violence. And like, just the fact that this is still happening shows like how backwards our society is in certain ways. Interesting studies showing people using an LLM were right 60% less than people not using it. But they were 30% more confident than people not using it. Interesting. Human brains stored 250 terabytes of information. There were discussions on harvesting brains for running LLMs. That's crazy. People claiming they have solved the universal equation of the universe. Seems to be a real danger. Quantum computing. Right, the people are having different terms for people addicted to video games, people who are addicted to sugar and processed flour. Most people don't even understand are like some of the most addictive substances and like bad for your health substances out there. And yeah, all these like everything has to be labeled by society. Like, oh, this is actually called this disorder, and it's like, but that's putting everyone in the box again. And then what happens when they mislabel somebody? What happens when it's like a true genius and like they get labeled like as like a threat to society, that they're like psychotic or something like that? And then you just like crush their genius in them and like put them on medication and stuff. Like, yeah, I mean, there's so many issues. You could just go on and on. Talking about electric shocks. I mean, I'm not trying to get electric shocks to my brain. I feel like there's got to be better ways than that. That can't be good for your health too. See, $2 trillion invested in AI data centers. We could have housed everyone, to be fair. And I believe that, but like, look at the amount of money that's going into war. And I feel like it's got to be like hundreds of trillions of dollars. Maybe not hundreds, but it's got to be more than 2 trillion. So like, there's so many different things that you could look at, like, well, if we weren't doing this, we could have housed anyone. But at the end of the day, from what I understand, like, you know, the money is easily there to do these kind of things. Or fed everyone, yep. AI replaces people. China already has a population crisis. Where do these people go? I mean, there's a lot of vacant land. I think the city centers will become more relevant and people will, it's been, from what I understand throughout history, is people kind of like spread out, and then they go back into the cities, and then they spread back out and go back into the cities. But I don't think, like, see, like, that's one way to look at it, that AI replaces people. It can replace people, or AI, or people can use AI to magnify their capability and their power. $2 trillion wouldn't solve homelessness. The second you give a homeless person a house, they will sell it on the market for the cheapest price to buy drugs. So that's another thing, is like, from what I've heard about studies, is that there is a huge correlation between people living in suboptimal conditions and being addicted to drugs. From what I understand, when people are given like access to like a much better life, they just don't want to do drugs. And not just people, but like studies with like different animals and stuff. They give them like super awesome environments, super clean, the best food, and then they give them a source for drugs, and the animals in the really nice. But anyways, that being said, I am falling behind. Sorry about falling behind on the chat. And I need to take a break and get some food. But it's definitely been a good stream. Making a lot of progress, learning a lot, having some very interesting conversations, and just, you know, trying to promote more love and more unity within the community. And everybody is coming through with good insights about, you know, at the end of the day, we're all talking about really like problems in the world that can be solved to make the world a better place. And like, that's more important than focusing on like how to make a lot of money. Because I mean, if we solve, like, focusing on solving these problems, like, whoever solves these problems is gonna be rich. And like, you know, there's more to life than money too and everything. But I mean, these are things that AI can definitely like make progress on. I mean, even if not creating things, just understanding the problem and looking at all the data and finding solutions like that. So check out the documentary Reversal of Fortune. That makes me think of that movie, that Changing Places or Trading Places or something. Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, where like they take the like rich man and take all his money away, and then they give the poor man a ton of money, and like they're doing an experiment. That's like definitely one of my favorite movies too. But there's so much going on in the world right now, and so many problems that I feel like don't need to be there. And right, you know, it's not about just dumping money on people. It's like giving people a means to make their lives better system to where people are less likely to end up in a situation. Because I mean, from what I'm seeing right now, I mean, you can just look at the credit card debt chart. Google US credit card debt chart, and you can see the amount of credit card debt that has gone up over the past couple years, and it's insane. Just like the national debt, it's very similar. So like, people are in situations where they're really like working hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck, and it's really hard to, you know, and it doesn't need to be like that. There's so much money existing, there's so much money flowing around that people should be living better. People shouldn't have to feel like they need to go to work when they're sick to not be homeless. Because like when a person ends up in that situation, then it's like so hard for them to get out. But anyways, I'm gonna end on that. There's definitely like a lot of good things to think about, making, you know, more value. Check out Stackivate. I think that's one of the best solutions. Just, you know, put in a little bit of time, maybe a half hour a week, to actually learning investing and getting better at it. And I think, you know, do that for like 1 or 2 years, and you will be very surprised as to how much better you become with investing in money and understanding money and making your life better like that. So I'm going to end on that. Everybody have a good night. Make sure you're feeling all right, and make sure you subscribe and like up the like button too. And respect, peace,